just on Tuesday. We're going to try to do another 19,000 today. And when we have done that, we will have done more pre-election ballots than all of the pre-election ballots from the primary. Is that correct? So before election day, I didn't say that right. In other words, we're getting a really good head start before election day on getting these ballots processed. I think you all know they don't get tabulated yet, but they are basically ready to be tabulated. And that means we can get results out sooner when the polls close on election day, because we'll have a larger number of mail ballots included in that. This doesn't pertain to anything except a fun fact that my son pointed out to me, which is that as of a few days ago, there were 61 people over the age of 100 who had voted in Georgia. Wow. Now, I think many of us have heard about one in particular, but I thought that was a very interesting statistic to share with you. My public health message of the day, you're going to hear me say it over and over again for those of you who keep coming back. We're thrilled you're here. If you're not feeling well, this goes to my colleagues as well. If you're not feeling well in a way that could be contagious to others, please don't come. Please take the day off. Let us know. Don't just not show up. Let us know they can, but in order for us to continue our on schedule and to, continue to make progress, we really don't want to have an outbreak of illness in this room. And also so that you can enjoy the days that you're not here, but we also don't want to mess up the rest of your days by that. So if you're not feeling well, please, keep that in mind. The other thing I should announce is that we will have made so much progress on Tuesday and today that we are not planning to have canvass on Wednesday as had been originally planned. So our next meeting after today will be next Saturday. Okay, I will pass the microphone to Mark.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
For those who are with us for the first time today, my name is Boris Dragovic. I'm election director for Montgomery County Board of Elections. Usually I come in a shirt and a tie, but Saturday, board president relaxed. Dressing code, maybe I misunderstood it also.
No. The dress code, as far as we're concerned, is we're no longer doing ties for the rest of canvas, with the possible exception of the last day.
Okay, we had a really good day on Tuesday. I have no doubt that we will have a great day today as well. Also, the new people who are joining us today for the first time will have to be sworn by our legal counsel. But before that, let me just introduce to everyone again Sandy Prudenti, who is the manager of water services, and Ms. Michelle Wanda, who will be our canvas lead for the 2024 presidential general election. We observed the process on Tuesday. There were certain corrections or performance issues that we need to emphasize again for everyone. So I'll leave that to Michelle.
Good morning, everybody. So I'm going to give a little quick overview for everybody that's new. So what you're going to do is you're going to receive batches of ballots. You're going to take the rubber band off, make sure everything is timely, making sure all the oaths are signed. Then you'll remove the ballot, make sure that the ballot is okay to be scanned, which means there's no tears, there's no stains. It's marked in a way that it's not huge checks, but it's the little overlook of it. Once that's done, I need you to count how many envelopes you have, how many ballots you have. They have to equal the same amount. If at the beginning, when you count your envelopes, you do not have the number that's on the sheet, please raise your hand. Don't keep going with the batch. If that's the case, we'll give you a brand new batch to continue with that. Once everything is counted, before the runners pick it up, make sure that your sheet is fully filled out. We had a whole bunch of sheets that weren't completely filled out, so please make sure the sheet is filled out. The runner will come by, pick everything up. They will sign the bottom part of the sheet so that we know that it was checked, that everything was filled out. okay? Make sure that anything that's an FBO, which is a federal ballot only, has to be duplicated, doesn't matter if it's a cardstock or it's paper, it all has to be duplicated. Make sure that when you're writing on the top of the duplicated and the new ballot, when you're duplicating a ballot, make sure it's the batch number that you're writing, not the ballot style. Okay, we had a lot of those that we had to go back and fix. Oh, if you. So if you have an empty envelope in your stack, we're going to pick that up to get it cured. So on your paper, where the names are, you're gonna mark off who you're giving us, so we know that it was removed. And then when you are returning your batch, you're gonna -1 on the sheet where you put that how many ballots to be scanned, it'll be 49, and just put on the side, 1 ballot, 1 empty envelope. Or if there's no signature on one, and we did take that one, put no oath in envelopes, and we know why there's no longer 50, there's now 49 or 48 ballots that we need to box up. Okay? Okay, anybody have any questions?
You said make sure they're timely when they all be timely.
They'll all be timely now, but I still have to say it, because after election day, you really have to be careful on what's timely and what's not. Yes? Oh, if you have a referral to the board, raise your hand. We will get you an envelope, we'll put the ballot that needs to be referred on the envelope, in the envelope, sorry. If it's a voter intent question, only the ballot goes in the envelope, not the envelope from the voter, okay? And on your sheet that you're filling out for the referral, you only write voter intent, you don't write the voter's ID number or the voter's name on the other side. Any other referral that will go to the board will go with the envelope. The intent is not. Okay,
That's what I would.
okay.
Just to add my 2 cents there. If you're not sure if it's a referral to the board, just refer it to them. Okay, if we have, things that come to us that, we say, why was this referred to the board, we can adjust, but in general, you know, if you're not sure, probably you should refer to us.
Does anybody have any more questions?
So-
Yeah, go ahead.
What do you mean by voter intent?
So if you have a race that is a vote for one, and they mark 2 of the races, 2 of the candidates, and they cross out one, but they kind of cross out the other, you don't know exactly what the voter meant to do. If it's clear, you know what it is, it's good. But if you don't understand what the voter wanted to do, then that is the voter intent.
It's crossed out.
So just want to reiterate as well, or to let you remind everyone as well, that all of the races do not need to be filled out on the ballot. I know last time we were getting questions, if a voter chose not to vote on a particular race, then that's fine, that was their choice, so don't need to ask questions about those. That is their intent to not vote. Does somebody else have a question about it? Yes.
About the voter intent, are they allowed, are we allowed to use a ballot that has an X on it?
So, our job as a board is to make determinations on any voter intent that we can, where the voter intent is ambiguous. So yes, the instructions say, fill in the circle. But if somebody does a check mark, or an X, just by itself, it's, you know, generally we will say, okay, they meant to vote for that person. What sometimes happens is that people will both circle and X. And in the rest of our lives, we all know that an X can mean yes and an X can mean no. And rather than put you all in the position of having to decide whether the X means yes or the X means no, that's what we have to decide. And sometimes it's based on which one looks like they wrote first. Sometimes we have some voters who put an X and then they say, oh, I'm supposed to fill in the circle. So they put an X and they fill in the circle. We have other voters who tell us that they didn't want one by putting an X through it and they circle the other one. It's kind of on the border, but that's part of what we have to figure out. And by the way, that's been noticed that we all have magnifying glasses, and thank you to the staff for giving us those magnifying glasses. Sometimes we are checking to try and figure out whether the X is, low or above, and, that's part of what our job is.
I just want to clarify, it's just a regular overflow, where they just voted for too many that didn't cross through, that's okay.
That's okay, that goes straight through.
Right, if it's just two filled in circles. Now, if you have one circle that's really dark and one circle that's really light, I would say send it to us.
Okay.
But if you have two circles that look roughly the same, just let it go.
Okay, and I just wanted to reiterate and level set, so there are 50 tables. We're gonna have batches coming to all 50 tables, and all of those batches are gonna go to the people in the back. So to make their lives easier, because look at them, they're so lovely, how wonderful they are back there. Let's make their lives a little easier, so I'm gonna make sure that as all of the runners, when they're coming to your table, they can't pick up until you have counted your ballots. You need to make sure that your ballots have been counted before the runners pick up, so that we can ensure that it is 50 or 49 or whatever you wrote on this sheet. Again, take your time, make sure that all original ballots are on the bottom of the stack and the duplicated are on the top, so that we can note those, with the stamp going on only the original. And again, the batch number going on both of them. And then, forgot what I was, the other one, but I just wanted to make sure that everyone understood those things. And then also, while we are cutting the envelopes, you'll have some time, so make sure at that point that you are going through your instructions so that you are familiarized with exactly what you need to do and what you're responsible for. And it helps to minimize some of the questions, but if you have a question, that's what your question cards are for.
Sandy?
Yeah.
Did this young man have given a question? There's one more question.
Yeah.
Can you stand up, please?
Sorry. Sorry to hear from back.
In regards to the circle with the, if it's just, I guess that one, do y'all still consider that as if they intended to vote for or cross it out?
If that's the only mark in that contest, that is voter intent, that they wanted to vote for that particular candidate.
Okay.
Sometimes you will see ballots where voters fill out the oval properly as a SAT test. Sometimes they will put the check mark, somewhere they will cross, right? That's how they wanted to vote.
If you look at something and you're really not sure, just send it to me. Okay, and then we'll be really not sure, but we have to make a decision.
That's,
Good morning. My name is Kevin Perkins, I'm the attorney to the Board of Elections. Thanks for coming in this morning. If you have not been sworn in yet, please stand and I will administer the oath to you. Okay, so please raise your right hand and I'll say aye, you state your name, and then you just repeat after what I have to say. I do swear or affirm that I will support the Constitution of the United States, and that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the state of Maryland, support the Constitution and laws thereof, and that I will, to the best of my skill and judgment, diligently and faithfully, without partiality or prejudice, execute the office of canvasser according to the Constitution and the laws of this state. Congratulations, you've been sworn in. Please fill in your oath. If you've not received one, we'll get you one, but fill that in, then we get picked up. Now you have another piece of paper, which is a confidentiality agreement, which in essence says that you will not discuss with anyone what we do here today. In other words, you don't go home and you say, oh my God, this candidate looked like this candidate was getting more votes for this than, that's almost like jury search. You don't say anything about what we do here today, because obviously.
We can talk about the fact that they were here.
Right, you can talk that you were here in the process of doing it, but any comments about what you think certain election, what results look like, you can't do those kinds of things. So you need to fill that out, you need to have your partner witness it, and your oath and your confidentiality agreement will get picked up at the same time. And with that, we're ready to go, right?
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, congratulations, thanks for coming in.
We'll be starting in just a minute here.
4, 6. Now, why don't we take care of this? Because it's a perfect number.
I think we have 7.
Alex is here.
Right.
It's gonna screw up my math. So the first thing we need to do is we need to go ahead and pick 12 random polling places that will be audited after the election. So we start with Margie, pick 2 all the way around. Alice, if you don't mind, pick 1. Let's see.
No, that doesn't work.
Tina and Alex, if you wouldn't mind just picking 1, we're all gonna put it all in this envelope.
Okay.
And then
We are not looking at them.
we're not looking at them.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna seal it, and then it remains sealed until after the polls close on election. But we would normally do this at the board meeting,
Yeah.
but it's a little difficult when our board meetings are virtual.
Yeah.
When they're Zoom, it makes a difference. So I said to Boris, why don't we do it on Saturday so that we can actually have the board members select. So if you would take. You put it in this envelope. Do that.
The suspense is just killing everybody, right? There's 1. And there's 2.
If you pick more than 2, you have to answer to Janet.
Yeah, exactly.
They have to order it.
And so,
Yes, she will. And
the fear of God is was.
yep.
This one. And then I picked it. Well, I did that one year. I miscounted. And Janet said, Kevin, there are 15, not 12 here.
Do you want to count them, Kevin, before you seal that envelope? Because now you're making me worry, because I don't want any of us to have to make our staff unhappy by overdoing this.
And you know what, Janet, understand is. David, this
Yeah.
is years.
I know.
We're on it.
Somewhere this morning.
I think
Yeah.
it's team. Can they just remove 2?
Because we are supposed to pick them, we're auditing their work. They're not supposed to be able to choose which ones to remove.
Okay, I needed that. Outside that.
Right.
Outside my immediate thinking.
Right. I think the whole idea is that the 12 are supposed to be random. And that if you allowed people to remove 2, you'd have to remove 2 randomly as well.
Make it decision. Even.
Right. I think that's at least the
That
theory.
makes the logic, that's. I
Yes.
couldn't Even must struck a logic on that, but yes, thank you.
Well, that was, I mean,
I
a
like
guess.
it.
You like it? Okay. Well, then I guess we'll stick with that one.
That's the number of ballots. That you said we process
19,000?
Tuesday.
Yep.
Okay.
Well, it helps to have a 1-page ballot.
Oh, I didn't even think of that.
Yeah, that helps a lot.
And we've never had full tables.
We have had full tables, but we haven't had it regularly.
Yeah.
And
I guess
that,
that's what-
right, and now we have it pretty, so far, obviously, there's a lot of days left.
But
We're also trying very hard to not have half days and to make the schedule work so that we have full days when we meet and also have days when people can come.
Yeah.
So that's and hopefully giving you guys back some time that you otherwise would need to take leave for or whatever when we cancel these, if we have a choice of cancellations, the middle of the week ones are more likely to be the ones we cancel than the weekend ones, because we know that the weekend ones are the ones that are easier for people to get to.
Yeah.
So anyway, that is the theory. All right,
Yeah,
Kevin.
starting in 9:34. issue is Board of Education at large.
Okay, so. All right, this is what it looks like. Board of Education at large. I'll go this way first.
Board of Education.
That- That is Board of Education at large. All the ballot is being passed around. I'm going to send my thanks out to my optician because I did not need the magnifying glass on this particular ballot. I'm sure we'll have others where it'll come in handy, but on this one, I did not feel, now, maybe that's a sign that I'm just being careless. I don't know, but I don't think so. Yeah, I don't, yeah, I don't know that it's that much of a head scratcher, but you know, to me, it's not, but I'm one vote, so we'll see. Board of Ed at large. See, now I've challenged Alex. He's trying without the magnifying.
Some strange writing.
It's not gonna be intimidated.
No, yeah, I don't want anyone to be intimidated. I don't want anyone to be intimidated.
Well, you're not thinking of identifying.
I'm not thinking identifying Mark. I'm thinking that this voter told us exactly what happened. And did it in a way that we didn't have to throw out the ballot. That's the way I look at it. Okay, is there a motion? Daniel,
So for the Board of Education at large.
Can you speak up a little bit?
yeah, you have to speak louder.
Sure. Mr. President,
Yes, Daniel.
for the Board of Education at large, my motion is that we consider a vote for reading and told.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, I'll just say very briefly that this to me was the perfect example of how a voter can tell us what they want. They wrote an X and then next to it, they wrote the word error.
Oh, is that what that?
That's what that is. It's the word error.
Yeah.
Now, admittedly, they get,
Win the prize for.
yeah. So, yeah, you know, they wrote the word error and then what appears to be initials. But by not signing their name, you know, they get, you know, but by putting the word error, maybe they could have put it larger or printed it rather than in cursive, but whatever the case, I think they told us that, I think it's clear it's clear what happened. So anyway, any further discussion? Okay, Margie, Daniel, Ami, Diane, Tina, Alex, and I vote aye. It is unanimous. We do have voters who say not this one and this one, but it's much, you know, more efficient just to say error.
If you
Yeah.
can read what.
If you can read what error is. I wasn't able to read the one that Margie was able to read last time. But,
Yeah, I was able to.
Yeah.
So I used that, I'm like, this is error. Okay.
See, I wasn't trying to intimidate anybody about my glasses. I was trying to indicate that I didn't have to always defer to Margie to read for me. Okay. Thank you, because that means that we're all necessary here, including me. She said she couldn't see that it said error.
I've written on 2 lines.
No, it wasn't written on 2 lines. It was error and then initials.
Oh, is that what it was? Oh, my God, I wasn't even in the ballpark.
Yeah, it was error and then
The issue is question one, yes.
Ooh.
It's a whole.
Okay, so this is what question one looks like, and while you can't see it on the screen, there is a hole where that marking is. I'll go this way this time. There's no marking on the other circle. So you've got one circle that has markings and a hole. And you've got another circle that doesn't have it, and there do appear to be like some stray red marks, but
That's not even effective enough to be. I think that's ambiguous.
really? I don't. But,
Are you committing it as a voter? No.
oh yeah,
Oh, okay.
I think it's an over-enthusiastic voter.
But the hole isn't punched, it's removed.
No.
That
It's
hole,
supposed to be a bullet.
that hole is. But it's white, it's not a punch.
It could have been a pen thing. I don't think there's any doubt.
So you think it's a vote?
Oh yeah, oh yeah. I think
Like pieces of berries.
piece of eraser, is that what that is, the red? So do you think that they voted against it and then changed it to a vote for it?
I see a hole there.
Yeah, the hole is the issue. Yes, of course. Of course you can.
That's a belabor, though.
No, of course you can.
Just having seen somebody void.
We have had, I remember that one, and we did have someone who indicated that they weren't voting.
Yeah.
Once again, that's why we're here. It's that, you know, a hole could mean yes and a hole could mean no.
Let's see that one more time.
I know.
Okay.
This could be.
Do you think those are eraser shavings? Oh, yeah, they are. They are.
I think somebody may have voided their vote. Wanted to not vote in that. Yeah.
Well, but they left a lot of it. And they didn't write anything next to it.
That is a definite hole, though. That's not a.
Oh, it's a hole. It's a hole, but it's a hole, but it's a hole with ink next to it. And
I don't know.
hypothetically, let's suppose that they were trying to erase it and take no position on question one.
I don't think.
Wouldn't you, if it was you, have written something?
I'd say yes.
I think if they accidentally made a circle, I think they would have made a more definitive effort to look like it's a vote.
Oh, I think they would have made a more definitive effort to erase it. If you really didn't want to vote, first of all, this is like the question on the ballot that probably has the strongest emotions surrounding it of anything on the ballot. It's question one.
Yeah.
I haven't voted yet. I'm not positive what it is. What question one?
Question one,
Don't tell me.
okay, I won't tell you.
Oh. Okay. Okay, thanks. What am I able to see?
Don't do that on table, on camera.
Just this one.
Just most of the
This is the
time.
first time.
Oh, okay.
What is the first time?
It might be.
I don't know how to answer that question. I will say this, Diane, you are never a man. To my knowledge, anyway, you know, so. Yeah, I would be surprised if you had, if you had identified it. Because,
No vote on that one.
well, the floor is open for discussion.
So you think it was any?
I think,
Yeah, I think it's a vote.
I think it's a vote for it. I'm willing to be convinced, but I think it's a vote for it.
The eraser can make it. I don't know.
Right, why would you erase?
What do you really think?
that? It's an erase and a whole.
Okay, if I may, that isn't the only race where that marking exists. Also, the marking right above for the contest, judge on the Court of Maryland at large.
Oh, you're right. There's erasures and a marking.
Yeah, it's not the only race.
So they may have erased their pencil and put in pen,
Yes, that's my other thought.
to which I would say, thank you, voter. Tina, that was awesome.
She won my vote.
Okay, okay, that was very good. I didn't see that either.
I like logic.
Okay, that's very good.
Try to keep it simple.
That's why
Okay.
we have some-
Yeah, I was gonna say, this is why we have 7 board members. Everybody sees something different and we can all inform each other. I don't know, ask him.
He's like.
No, ask him. Don't ask me.
Prolong.
Hey, don't give him a hard time.
Just
Who do
keep it.
who do you think
Who
usually,
would've-
yeah,
who would've
who is
voted
usually the
down?
one prolonging this? No bullying of Alex. I'm gonna stick up for Alex. All right,
It's getting hot in here.
yeah, exactly.
No, we have free trades.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, Keena, would you like to make a motion?
Yes. That we accept the contest of the question number 1 as 4.
Okay, Keena moves that it's a vote for. Is there a second? Seconded by Ami. Any discussion? Okay, Keena, Diane, Alex, Ami, Daniel, Margie, and I vote aye. Please make sure that it gets duplicated. We don't want any holes going through the machines and bollocking things up. I don't know what it would do. I don't want,
They're gonna have to read.
I don't want to find out.
Well, they were duplicating.
Okay, good. Good.
They got to that and then they stopped.
Okay, that's good.
So it had already gone through.
No.
It's the original. It says do not.
Sorry, I mean, I have to read it.
Oh, I see. Someone has started duplicating.
It started duplicating.
Right. What happens is they look at it, they say, oh, it's a vote for, and then they say, well, maybe we better ask the board, which is exactly what we want them to do. Right?
Yes,
It's exactly what we want them to do.
it's early in the game, yes. I know.
If the instructions change, I have a tendency to keep asking you guys if the instructions change, and you guys have a tendency to say no. So I'll keep asking, and you guys, you know,
Yeah.
see how it goes. If we continue to have 3 trays, we might have a different,
Yeah,
you know,
we might feel more comfortable with.
yeah, but for that one,
That one should have come.
that one should have come to the board
Yeah,
and did.
The first one should have come.
Yes, and the first one should have come to the board too.
We're at 7:15. And question is question 1.
Okay, this is what this one looks like. Which way did I go last time? I went that way last time, go this way this time.
okay.
That was Okay, is there a motion on this ballot? Margie. Loud, please.
Counted for a vote for,
One. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that be counted as a vote for question one. Is there any discussion? Okay, Margie, Daniel, Tommy, Diane, Tina, Alex, and I vote aye. It is unanimous. What was interesting about this ballot? You mean in terms of their other choices? I didn't see what the other choices were, but it was a mixture. Okay, okay.
There's only one way to vote.
I have a question, just wondering about, why is it that we have to be observed while filling in the pencil? But you don't need to watch us while we duplicate a complete ballot. Logically, it doesn't make sense to me.
Because there was an issue several years ago where there was a news. We would have people fill in the pencil without someone watching, and there was an allegation that they were actually filling in additional pages on the ballot. So,
And so that's not an issue if we take a blank ballot and put.
well,
I
we decided to add that, because the other option is for us to go ahead and then have you duplicate that entire. For purposes of efficiency.
We are actually in the middle of a meeting right now.
Sorry.
Okay, happy to chat with you after the meeting.
Thank you. And that's the question. And that's the most
Because we can't possibly supervise this many people for every time they duplicate a ballot.
Duplicate a ballot.
Like
We
that's,
never used to go ahead and do the pencil. There was a problem with that.
I remember it.
Well,
It wasn't actually a news organization. It was, the question was raised by more, as I recall, it was by more than a news organization. There were also combatants who were raising questions as well. And they were, some poor canvasser was being accused of doing this when investigation by Kevin and Jim showed that he had done nothing wrong.
I think it was somebody
yeah.
seen it on the
Oh, we didn't
camera.
do this in 2016?
I don't believe so.
No,
no.
this was her involvement.
This was in between Grover Cleveland's terms. So,
District 2.
Somebody saw the guy in the. And I think it.
okay, District 2 is that one. Going this way first this time. The question is this vote over here, District 2.
That's an
It,
abundant.
it was a very reasonable question. It's
That's
just
an
that,
abundant.
you know,
Well,
yeah.
I thought about it, but we watched everyone, the teams duplicate every ballot. We don't have people.
Yeah, we'd have to have an army.
Yeah.
My thinking is duplicated, right? So there's the original and there's the duplicate. I suppose.
Well, if there's a recount, we're gonna check their duplication. Yeah. And every time we've done that, the duplications have been accurate. You know, we have, I think we may have had one duplication error in 2 recounts. You know, so
And I think.
the
other
question
part of
is this one.
You have the bipartisan team working on it, whereas if you're just filling in, one person can easily kind of have at it.
Well, by definition, one person has to fill in. You're not having 2 people with pens going over a ballot.
Right, but when you're duplicating, somebody's reading, somebody's writing.
Is there a motion on this ballot?
President,
Yes, Alex.
I move that with respect to this ballot for the Office of Board of Education District 2 will be counted as a vote for Natalie Zimmer.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, call the roll. Alex. Tina. Diane, Tommy, Daniel, Margie, and I vote aye. It is unanimous. Question for the board. Could that ballot have been sent to the board?
No, No.
I would say,
I think it has another question. Really? Question, I think that should have been something to do.
I mean, to me, there was a marking in more than one circle. So,
Think it,
and then the question would be, what would our guidance be to people as to how much of a marking in the second circle would you need before you send it to us?
I think the answer is if there's other.
Leave it up to somebody who's outside parental parking, sure there should not
We
be.
want to have some powers.
Versus like.
Okay, so my sense is that a majority of the board thinks that something like that should be sent to the board.
When there are markings in more than one.
When there's markings in more than one, okay.
One that may make it easier would be those that are clearly, by definition of the state, what constitutes a vote. Like they circle the name as opposed to in the oval.
Right, or they do an X instead of a circle, you know, but
And
yeah,
then when we also have the fraction of a circle being filled, and this to me
Right.
is like a.
right. All right, well,
With a fully filled in.
at some point, Diane, I'm gonna have a long conversation with you about what exactly your philosophy is on these things, because I just find your position interesting.
Think that should be approved.
I think if we, yes, I think generally, yes. Generally, I do. Now, admittedly, I may be the least likely person here to say we have too many referrals. So, you know, and I've also already had lunch. So, you know, that's probably,
That helps.
that's probably not fair either, right? So.
So the issue is in the US Senate race.
Okay, this is what the US Senate race looks like on this ballot. I'll go this way this time. Do you have a sense from the past, roughly the total number of referred ballots to us? But I mean, is it in the hundreds? You know, it's probably like,
Probably 100.
oh, I think it's probably more than that. I'm just trying to figure out at what point we should ask to have instructions on the ballot for what to do if you make a mistake, other than request another ballot, because a lot of people aren't going to do that for mail-in ballots. So, you know, do we want to say, if you make a mistake, tell us clearly what you want, or, you know, I mean, of course, tell us clearly is going to mean different things to different people. So, you know, or right, or we'd say, circle the name of the person who you're actually voting for. I mean, you know, I don't know if there's any way to tell people what to do.
Oh, God, now we'd be getting that. And then.
Yeah, well, I know, any instruction we give, there'll be someone who will do it differently. Okay, you know, I just know that
No matter.
voters
what you
do
say,
everything, yeah.
Say they're gonna find a different way of doing it.
Okay, has everybody, oh, you're still looking, okay. Okay, is there a motion on this ballot? Margie,
I know that this ballot is a vote for and.
is there a second? Seconded by Ami, or by Daniel, I don't know. Okay. Is there, any discussion? Okay, Margie, Daniel, Ami, Diane, Tina, Alex, and I vote aye. Thank you.
Fancy little board.
What's that?
Where's your fancy little board?
I left it at home.
Oh, okay. I get a kick out of it.
My little remarkable.
Is that what it's called?
Okay.
That's a great name.
Convinced Boris that he should get one for all the staff. Janet is in love with her remarkable.
Oh, man, I would love it.
Yeah, she downloads all.
I don't think we can convince Boris to get one for each board member. We had a hard enough time getting these.
That's right.
Okay, keep it.
Thank you, Boris.
Just, we don't have enough fun lined out.
Yeah,
That's why it just keeps coming.
I think I'm gonna recommend to board members that lunch period start at about 11 o'clock. You know,
Yeah. And days when I told him, I just kind of scratch off my chest.
so you're fasting and praying.
Saturdays, I got a fast day.
Fasting and praying, okay.
So the issue is in District 2.
Okay. Yet another way for a voter to communicate with us, that is District 2. Which is exactly your point. Here's another one. You good? Okay.
Yeah.
Is there a motion? Alex,
Move that, for this ballot, for the Office of Board of Education District 2, will be counted as a vote for Natalie Zimmerman.
is there a second? Okay. No.
Give it to Daniel.
Give it to Daniel. I'm gonna go in favor of bipartisan seconds if we have the opportunity. It was moved by Alex, and besides, Daniel deferred on the last one. So
Exactly.
moved by Alex, seconded by Daniel.
And everyone's happy.
We'll go, yeah. Alex, your vote. Tina, Diane, Ami, Daniel, Margie, and I vote aye. Okay, it is unanimous.
Oh. Right. So the issue is in the race for for Honorable Ann Albright.
Okay. This is an example of why we want markings to be sent to us. The Honorable Ann Albright, that's what that one looks like. I'll go this way this time. It's that one. This one today really would be quite the civics lesson for someone as to how we do our work. You know, the different ways that people express their intent. It's not a civics lesson in the sense that we're not exactly battling each other, but but it is in the sense that the voters are each doing something slightly different in order to tell us what they want to tell us.
So that's more, I think, that would be, you know, I think the determined ballot.
Okay, is there a motion?
That we accept the votes for the judge of collect court of Maryland at large for N.K. Albright as a no.
Okay, so Keena is moving that this be counted as a no vote on Judge Ann Albright. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Keena, seconded by Diane. Any further discussion? Okay, Alex.
Aye.
Keena, Diane, Ami, Daniel, Margie, and I vote aye. And that is why when they make a mark there, you know,
That's a big mark.
that was a big mark, but how do you define the difference?
Yeah.
Because that was not half full,
No,
you know, so.
we have more, we have.
And Boris brought some more over here. Well, I have no problems with hungry people going for their food as long as no one sees you. So,
You know, I'm not sure.
well, you could always go out in the hallway.
I think like we're dropping off my lunch.
Yep.
They could run to get it as food.
You can run to get it whenever you need to, or you can have them come in. Whatever you prefer. I don't know if you were here, but my son dropped off mine. So, yeah, which is allowed. It's definitely not only allowed, it's encouraged. It's encouraged.
It's 0937.
It's also good for all of our various family members to have some sense that we actually are doing all this stuff.
Well, that's what I had.
Yeah. Yeah.
So the issue is in the presidential.
Okay. Another variation on a theme of crossing one out and picking another one. Did you? If I no, that is. Maybe I was yawning. I don't know. I'm pretty caffeinated right now. So,
Quadrophenia, depending on.
So is that what quadrophenia means? Because I know it as an album. You know, I mean, it's you know. No, it's not Mr. Waters. No, it's the Who. Quadrophenia. I'd have to ask Roger Daltrey and Pete Townsend. I'm sure it, you know, it's described somewhere online. I've never actually looked it up, but. Are you done?
Yeah.
Okay, who would like to make the motion?
Hey, Mr. President.
Yes, Diane.
I move that we consider this a vote for Donald Trump.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so it's moved by Diane, seconded by Margie. This is going to be the opportunity for Diane to say to me what I said to her the other day. Any turn about his fair. And if somebody says to me, how could you possibly vote for that man? This is the circumstance. Is there any further discussion? Okay, Alex, Keena, Diane, Ami, Daniel, Margie, and I vote aye. Let the record reflect that we unanimously voted for Donald J. Trump on that ballot. On that ballot. And Democrats, if you're listening, that's what the ballot said. Just like Diane had to vote for Harris and Walz,
Yeah.
last time. I will say that Diane made both motions. I think she sounded much more enthusiastic for Harrison Walls.
I got if you're wrong, with conviction.
That's hilarious. Okay. I'm just teasing. Yes.
Okay, the question is, the issue is with question one.
Okay. Nope, that's the question.
Question one.
Question one, no, the write-ins are legitimate write-ins. I assume that are there write-ins on the front too? No, nope, just on the back.
But the writings of it all.
I don't think it's crazy. I think it's pretty straightforward.
Well, it's straightforward.
It's straightforward. It's not crazy. It's coming your way.
I'm going for the clear circle.
You're in the wrong business if you're going for the clear circle. At this table, we never get clear circles. Our job is not clear circles.
It's the one underneath that.
That's question one, right?
No,
What's the one underneath that?
they vote, question one.
Yeah, we've had something.
It's a vote.
Vote for question.
No, it's a vote, it's a vote against question one.
Yeah, so, yeah, I agree. What's the one, what's the-
Diane, you want to
Oh,
speak?
when you said you were going for the clear circle, I thought you meant something different. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
We're voting for that.
yes,
Oh, good, okay,
at least I am.
okay,
Clearly in the circle without the extra declarations on it.
yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
okay. I thought she was suggesting that she wants clear circles everywhere, to which I was saying you're in the wrong business.
Oh,
Because we don't, because by definition, if it comes to us, there's something without a clear circle.
Yeah.
Okay, who wants to make this motion?
it counted as a vote against the constitutional amendment question.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, moved by Ami, seconded by Diane. Any further discussion? Okay, Margie, Daniel, Ami, Diane, Tina, Alex, and I vote aye.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Well, that's only,
Okay, turn your chair.
yeah.
No, turn your chair this way. And then you don't have to turn your neck as much.
Now, next week, we're gonna have to explain this process.
Uh-oh.
We've got the fifth one, that's just pure voter intent.
Wrong.
You're saying if it's voter intent, they're not supposed to give us envelope, right?
All you have to do is fill out voter intent,
Right,
put the envelope with.
Just give us the ballot, no envelope.
right, because we don't need to know whose it was, we just need to know. Other than, I guess if we're trying to figure out which we aren't. Really, if somebody put somebody else's initials next to their error, we wouldn't know the difference.
Correct.
Well,
Yeah,
question A.
okay. I think I went that way the last time. Question A. Maybe put on my mask. So I don't want to cough in people's faces. No, you don't.
Look, we can be members of the same gang.
Only in that respect. Can you imagine you and me in the same gang?
Posse. The outlaws. The bandits.
Okay, is there a motion?
Yes, Mr. President.
Daniel,
In question A, I move that we accept this as a little James question.
is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Daniel, seconded by Diane. Any other conversation? Okay, Margie, Daniel, Tommy, Diane, Tina, Alex, and I vote aye. It is unanimous.
Okay, this is from 7:32. Now, front page of this balance is sort of a mess, but it all sort of makes sense other than the issue is really in the presidential.
Yeah, actually, I would agree with what you just said. It's kind of a mess, but the issue is in the presidential race, and that is what it looks like. You know. Now I know Diane is gonna want to make this motion.
Well, thrown down. So why is it an issue? Oh, I see, I see it. Oh, God.
Circle here. All these are fine. You know, Grafton, yes.
I would only choose it.
I can't have.
I was gonna, if you wanted it, I was gonna call on you. I was gonna call on you. I understand.
Person circle happy, certain.
Yes, the person in circle, there's no question it's a ballot to be duplicated regardless.
Yeah.
Kevin's description was perfect, which was, it's a mess, but it kind of makes sense.
Okay.
Predicted pattern.
Give us the answer, do your work.
Okay. So colleagues, do we agree that the only one we need to have a motion on is president?
Yeah.
Okay, Kina, your motion.
Yes, Mr. President, I move that for president, Vice President of the United States, selection be from Kamala Harris and Tim.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Diane enthusiastically. Any further conversation? Okay, Alex, Tina, Diane, Tommy, Daniel, Margie, and I vote aye. It is unanimous. A unanimous vote for Harrison Walls on that ballot.
I mean, this person, so circling a whole person versus circling just the circle. So yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, I think it was a clear ballot.
Yeah.
Yeah, Art Brodsky, sure. It sure is. Art Brodsky.
Used to be a Washington Post. Journalist, and then the kid walked to the county.
Well, I remember him from before he was a journalist at Washington Post. He was It was like Congressional Quarterly or BNA or one of the,
You know Bob Levy? He was a columnist at the, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm showing my age, I'm old.
We're showing it.
no, I'm showing mine by remembering his job before the one you mentioned, yeah.
My mom subscribed to.
That gives you a lot, because he was a smart guy.
Okay, David, please talk to the camera.
Okay, hang on a second, I'm turning off the camera. All right, it is off.
Identifying mark.
Oh, okay, all right, good. No.
Unidentifiable. Oh, yeah, quite so.
Well, this is an interesting, it is identifiable in the sense that that the signature matches.
Yeah, but when you.
But could I read it? No, is the answer if you ask me. The word error is there. And it looks like they put their initials and then they decided to sign it too. So what we have is we have the word. Now, of course, where's the error? That's the other
Does
thing.
it say error?
I think that one says here.
What do you think that says? ERROR, error,
And then what's that?
initials.
It's-
You're not supposed to say that. But what's the error?
I didn't see it.
I didn't see an error either.
Yeah, really.
A confused person for sure.
If they thought the error was the identifying mark, they should have scratched it out.
No, I think they may have thought the error was that they voted for 4, but they were supposed to vote for 4.
Supposed to.
One,
So vote for 4.
says before.
Right. Right, but if that's the case, then we have even less spaces to not reject it because they wrote their name on a ballot that didn't have an error. You know,
Yeah, but they didn't write their name in a manner that can be.
But can you, if we can identify it back to the envelope.
we can identify it back to the envelope quite easily if you ask me.
Yes, so I would have. to
So I think
reject it.
in that circumstance, I think we have to throw it out.
Yes.
Yes,
Isn't that approximately where we were with this before?
That's what you did on Tuesday.
Right, if it was, have you seen it out? Okay,
I actually, I think I told him to refer this one.
okay,
I remember seeing.
okay. I'm still a little perplexed by someone who thinks it's an error when it's not, but
I'm trying to get. Well, there are people that don't quite get it.
okay, is there a motion?
And we have to discard the.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Ami, seconded by Margie. We'll just vote. Margie, Daniel, Ami, Diane, Tina, Alex, and I vote aye. I wish there were a way to cure an identifying mark. You know, if we can't change the statute, maybe we can find a way to cure it. You know,
Fall within the category of like citing that.
that's what I'm throwing out there as a possibility. I'm sure there's a reason.
Policy decision, or is it on legislation?
Legislation.
1369. Okay. Well, this is the issue as identified by the canvas team. It's a write-in vote, but they wrote the name on the wrong line. Otherwise, it's actually perfectly filled out.
So, oh, I would count it. I would count it as a write-in vote for for that person, whether they wrote it on the correct line or not. Yeah.
What district is it?
It's the
1369.
No, it's not.
Board of Ed at large. Is there a motion on this ballot?
President,
Alex,
I move that like this ballot, if be counted, is the vote in the office of Board of Education at large for Fitzgerald move forward.
okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Alex, seconded by Keno. I'll start the vote with Alex.
Aye.
Kena. Diane. Ami. Margie. Daniel. Okay,
I don't know what I've written.
you voted aye, you voted with the rest of the group. It's unanimous. You just gave Mr. Fitzgerald Moore a write-in vote that he deserved.
Sorry about that. I'll just say it.
Yes, I didn't have that as an option, because you know, is he leaving?
Yes, apparently that was everyone. So,
Oh,
they said they were gonna call him.
he's gonna be working at table,
No,
not today.
he came in.
Yeah, I'll take those.
Call him. He's like a backup.
Okay, so he is on the list to work a table, so we may see him another day. Okay. Because I want to say hi, but
Yes, please.
not right now.
Did some good work with the writers. Like with the actors in New York and LA.
Oh, good.
He's helping them.
Excellent.
The whole AI. So
Ah.
briefly, I briefed us on some AI work.
Kevin.
What did he catch?
Everything.
Everything.
You're giving Kevin too much credit.
Yeah, we just wanted to track
Okay.
those man from public health. Kevin's over
And don't
here.
forget, you got a couple more over here, Kevin.
I know.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
It's the baby.
That's like 5 o'clock.
We'll be done in time for the 5 o'clock.
We'll be done long before that.
Wonder what, we'll be here at 5 o'clock. Okay, so we have 2 and 1371.
Okay.
You look so funny on him.
Would you rather have coffee in your face? I didn't think so. Okay,
The
okay.
issue is in the Board of Education District 4.
Board of Ed. District 4. Oh, okay, that's not much of an issue, but there is an issue. Board of Ed District 4. This one is gonna make your argument, Diane. I know you like being right, as we all do. It's this one.
Oh, yeah.
District 4. Is there a motion? Daniel,
Maybe I think.
okay, is there a second? So it's been moved and seconded that be counted as a vote for Laura Stewart. Any discussion? Okay, Margie, Daniel, Tommy, Diane, Tina, Alex,
Aye.
and I vote aye. It is unanimous.
So the issue is in the presidential race.
Okay. This is the presidential race. I'll go this way this time. That's the one at issue. Needless to say, someone could vote for a different candidate, a candidate of a different political party for president than they vote for everything else. Yeah. Or not, as the case may be. Okay. Is there a motion on this ballot? Oh, I'm sorry. I guess the answer is no. Not yet. I apologize. If I do that too many times, I'm not gonna get any cookies. You know, so I didn't say that I was, but I know that if I do that too many times, I definitely won't. I won't even have a prayer. You know. All right. Is there a motion on this ballot? Is there a motion on this ballot? All right. It's been moved that the candidates vote for Kamala Harris. Seconded by Daniel, moved by Margie. Any further discussion? Okay, Margie, Daniel, Ami, Diane, Tina, Alex, and I vote aye.
The next one's 7:10. Anytime it takes me this long, it's
It's interesting.
It was a deep fake referral.
I think, but why don't you look? I don't see much of anything other than very, very slight mark in that folder.
Can we send it back and say this is not a board referral? Because I don't think it's even worth our time.
Really? Okay. What is it?
Yeah, it's not gonna get picked up by the scanner. Scanner's gotta have at least 20% of the oval picked up before it even.
Well, I mean, we're all sitting here, so I'll just show you. I think Shepard Evans is like, if there's a mark there, I can barely make it out. Right. I don't either, but we'll show it to everybody so you know what I'm talking about.
I mean, that's even a question of whether they're shading. That may be a miss.
Whoops. A misfile, maybe? Maybe they didn't really mean to refer it. Okay,
It's here, so.
I don't think it even needs to be duplicated.
Not going to be.
Okay, cool. So we found one in your category. Where if there is a mark, it's so small. I'm not even sure it's there.
No mark, that's not even.
I don't think it's even there. No, we're not quite done yet. Because I guess he wants to get this put into circulation. I don't know why he's walking back there.
He did not.
Maybe he wants to let you, this is absolutely something we don't.
That could very well be. Because that would be something he would not have said to us,
Right.
but might say to them. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm a believer in when in doubt, send it to us, but that one should not have caused doubt for anybody. No. Well, he's gonna be here anyway.
I know, I just thought of that.
Yeah. Yeah, he's gonna be here anyway.
Back there.
Yeah.
Now, is that-
Gonna see Jennifer.
Could we have someone sitting by himself?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So patiently sitting there, looking at me, miserable.
Yeah, that's not good. We shouldn't have that happen.
We have to have the right
Yes.
This is an 0609. Okay. Board of Ed District 4.
Yeah, he lost his partner, but I didn't want him to do that.
Okay. I can see why this one came to us. All right, Board of Ed, District 4.
I drove him. He lives in my.
Ah, okay, okay.
Come back here.
Understood. Thank you.
I'm recruiting.
Thank you. Thank you. If I haven't told you the story about the last time I drove somebody.
No, you have told me that. I know that story.
Okay,
What's the issue?
yeah.
This was Pensa, I guess, right? Yeah. All right. Put it over there. Okay.
When we're done with the meeting, I'll ask you a question before I send out the agenda.
Certain races where it's going to be. Roles, I guess.
Yeah, okay, I'm good with that.
Okay, is there a motion?
Yeah, Mr. President.
Diane,
That nonpartisan candidate, Board of Ed, District 4, go for and Stewart.
is there a second? Moved by Diane, seconded by Margie. Any further discussion? Okay, Alex, Tina, Diane, Ami, Daniel, Margie, and I vote aye. Which problem?
I'm like reading the superfluous stuff I had to do.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, they added that language about nonpartisan contests that we can't quite figure out why they added it an election or two ago. So somehow
Make it clear.
to make it. Yeah, but I mean,
State.
right,
I got your next one. They got sued for it because they thought those races only appeared on one ballot. And so that person was
an independent voter.
they were registered as that party as opposed to them appearing on both ballots.
They
Like
thought.
judges, like a
Oh,
Republican.
so they thought that the nonpartisan school board people were either Republicans or Democrats because it was on their ballots.
It's on both ballots. In the primary.
Okay, I guess that's a.
He got sued for that.
Bunch of lawyers.
I was gonna say, lawyers, more law, more compensation for lawyers. Yep.
Well, this is District 4. And the referral reason it gives me the best basis for saying it's some sort of voter intent in that room.
For District 4? Well, is there a, now I need the magnifying glass.
Are we sure this isn't the one you just walked back there with?
It looks very similar. Maybe it's the way it's printed. I don't know.
That's silly.
On behalf of the board, we know what that one says.
Non-referral.
A non-referral referral. There's not even a hint of a pen.
That one, it doesn't even have a whip of a shade.
Well, maybe,
A whiff.
a whiff, but that's it. It's very clear.
604, pretty much the same issue.
So it must be printed that way. Okay. So I'm gonna send this around. It's the same thing. I think that maybe the way it's printed showed a little bit of a, you see how,
That's another little.
yeah, but you see like that little kind of, it's a very tiny squiggle. I don't think there's any question that the machine will not pick it up.
Oh, yeah, well, no, I would never even.
You wanna see it? No? Okay.
Alex, let me put this over here, because that's not gonna need it.
I'm impressed that you can keep track of this. I don't know how you do this, Kevin.
Yeah, you guys are giving Kevin too much credit, man. Come on.
What did you say?
I think you're giving Kevin too much credit.
I'm giving Kevin all the credit he deserves, except if I could double it, I would.
I mean, I'm just thinking, you know, all the lawyers in there, you know, Kevin should not be the only one.
Kevin should not be the only one who gets the credit. No, no. The other lawyers are not here as lawyers. To the extent that we can turn it off and off. You know, so.
I mean, I'm.
It's coming from a. From assumption. You sent me a Navy, right?
I don't I don't know why Daniel is keeps saying we're giving you too much credit.
Egging us on here.
You know, so
I think the issue is with, Judge Maryland at large, Kevin Arthur. There could be an issue, I don't think so, with Judge Andrea Leahy too.
Is that what it?
This is the Maryland at large.
Yeah, I guess.
That's what it says.
I guess. So the question is whether what's written there has somehow nullified the vote?
Right. And I will say, they have not included their envelope, so I don't think they thought it as an identifying mark of the voter.
Say that again?
They did not include the envelope, so I don't
Okay.
think you thought it was an identifying mark. I think that says Maryland at large.
Right. That's what I think they're doing. And the Judge Leahy one is clearly a vote. You know, so.
Yeah, I think that. Somebody thought Mary at large was.
Well, it could be. It could be, I guess. Mary is, you know.
Except that right above it.
You wonder why,
At large.
out of all those races, they wrote that there.
Yeah.
Yes.
Leahy's at large, and the other judges at large as well.
But it's right above the name, it's right above it.
We cannot expect logic and consistency necessarily.
Consistency is the number.
Something at large.
I believe that the quote is the hobgoblin.
Says Mary, you know, all right.
Right above it, it's printed Maryland at large.
But I agree, consistency is not all it's cracked up to be. Do you need a motion? Yeah.
I think we just gotta go through the machine.
No. It gets duplicated without it.
That probably does need to get.
No, it gets duplicated without it. Okay, is there a motion?
So what's the?
Daniel,
I get it. I started reading the whole thing. Like, I started reading over that all day. So.
it's a yes or,
You either vote for or against.
it's a yes or a no, and they wrote yes. And as long as they didn't sign their name, And it'd be a heck of a name to say at large. You know,
I
All right.
answered my question.
okay, is there a motion? Tina,
The vote is yes.
is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Alex? Tina? Diane?
Aye.
Tommy? Daniel? Margie? And I vote aye. We all vote aye.
That was a unique.
That was a unique one.
Yeah.
We're repeating the office, or a portion of the office. Right, right. And it's not even like they wrote president next to Donald Trump, who actually was president. You know, but